Hello, welcome to the stream. How's it going, everyone? Hope everyone had a good weekend. I had an alright weekend. I'm very sore and tired though because I did a lot of yard work. Did the lawns, did the gardens. I am sore. Like, I did all that on Sunday and I'm still, my legs are tired, my arms are tired. Glad I didn't stream yesterday. I've also, it's not huge, but I did get a little bit of sunburn. Just a tiny bit, probably just a few days worth, you know, just a regular reading right before you start to actual burn. So my arms have been a little bit red over the last few days, but it's not like major. But I guess that's what happens when you're outside all day. Get a little bit of sunburn sometimes. I wasn't going to apply sunscreen because I was mowing the lawns and doing the gardens, and I did not want the whole grass and dirt to stick to me, I'm going to be honest. But it's fine, I'm not like dying of sunburn like I have in the past. I might be a little bit red, but it's okay. At least it gives us some colour. But today, we're back to play more Lena. We got 7 levels to go. Might get 1 today, but first we've got to start with some herb gathering. Speaking of gardening. I want to grab some Briarthorn and Bruiseweed so I can make some more Troll's Blood potions. So that's going to be our first task. Gonna head over to Duskwood and hopefully get a lot of stuff over there. Bad idea. I don't actually know if Lena still has a true silver bar. I feel like she should have, because I did give most of the characters a true silver bar. But I think Lena might be the character that I forgot about. Which is going to be a bit awkward unless we find one in a chest. But we'll have to check the bank for that because of the quest down here, right? And then I think after we get the Briarthorn and Bruiseweed, we will go back to Tanaris and do the pirates. That's probably... I like how the true silver bar is like showing everywhere the true silver would actually be. That's pretty good if you're mining true silver. You got all the locations. I'm sure there's more. But yeah, back to Tanaris after we do this. Get the pirates done. Hopefully get a whole level while we're there. We are a lot of rested. I don't know how much Briarthorn and Bruiseweed I want overall, but it's probably a lot. Like, I wouldn't mind just having potions forever. Especially for the warrior. It's 2 per. So it's a lot. But yeah, for the warrior specifically, I wouldn't mind just having a lot of potion ready to go. Also found a reinforced steel lockbox on my now 53 warrior, my non-hardcore Medley character. And I was like, man, I wish I could send that to Lena. Since we just got our lockpicking to the skill that we can open them. But I can't send it to Lena because even though that character's on my account, I can't actually send mail to my Medley locked characters. That is unfortunate. Have to wait till we're level 60 and can maybe think about taking off some of those restrictions. No auction house. The mailbox only works between the Medley characters. Unlucky for that guy. Yeah, I was leveling a little bit on that character over the weekend. Got the 53. The goal right now with those characters is 57. We're doing a really late Sunken Temple because I'd rather just get Sunken Temple done. Do it, but get it done and not really worry about any kind of shenanigans that might happen, you know? Because I want to get my friends that haven't hit level 60 in hardcore to level 60. There's 3 of them. They haven't been there. I want them to get there. So doing a late Sunken Temple. That sounds good to me. But it does mean I am having to level up another character, you know, while also doing the hardcore medley. So, yeah, it's a little bit... At times, I'm like, man, I don't really feel like it. That's why it's taken so long, though. Because myself and another one of the people leveling, we just haven't had the desire to constantly level like some. Like the Warlock in my group, he loves leveling. But he's not leveling another 7 characters, so... Maybe not as much as I do, but still loves it. It is quite hard to have the desire to do something when you're already just blasting it. Chest here, but I am not going to grab it because it is a Duskwood chest and there might be someone who is more lever appropriate. Did not know Eliza's grave would actually dismount. I'm glad I killed her. How dare she dismount me from the grave? I think Francie does have already some strong Troll's Blood potions, but I feel like we try to get another 20 for her alone, which is 40 of each of these herbs, and then we probably want a good amount for Lena as well. I mean, Francie this time around is going to have 25 strength, 25 agility, and the Troll's Blood potion. So she's going to have pretty good pots. But she is still a warrior that's going to have Whirlwind Axe at level 50. So, you know, those potions are basically just making up for the fact that we have Whirlwind Axe. I don't know if I'm going to use any of the Elixir of Giants on this character. I might just save them all for that character. Unless we get really lucky and actually find a better weapon while we're playing Lena. The Whirlwind Axe is going to be a little bit of a problem. Especially when playing my non-medley warrior, my 53 warrior. Like, that is so fun. We blast so hard. Got so much gear from the dungeons and all that stuff, you know? Plus, it's allowed to use the auction house, and I have been pretty liberal on the auction house on that character, I'm gonna be honest. Every 2 or so levels, I'm like, let's go see if there's any plate of the beer. That's the first character in hardcore that I've just been like, gonna buy everything. But it's mainly because I want my friends who are playing with me to also get to 60. So I'm gearing out my character to give them the best chance, because when we go into dungeons together and I can absolutely blast the damage, then their characters aren't at risk, right? Because even if you're tanking, a warrior is like the top DPS in a dungeon. It's just the way it is. All those DPS spec'd warriors that don't want to tank. Whether you're the tank or the DPS, you do top DPS. It doesn't matter if you're the tank, mate. Weapon Strikes Whirlwind works the same for everyone. But I think because we are getting towards 55 now on that character, I will get a dual spec, prot spec. Just to be ready for level 60. Definitely gonna be the safest thing to do early 60. And I don't mind prot. I remember playing it a little bit in classic release. It's not so bad, you know, you don't do a lot of damage. Sometimes AoE threat is still an issue. Say sometimes, most of the time. Where is this bruise? Kill him. The steel bloom up there. Bruiseweed should be. Enemies. There it is. Why was that so hard to see? Picking flowers is difficult when you can't see the flowers. Another chest here. A lot of solid chests out today. We're not going to take any of them though. We don't want to steal the loot from the lobies. There's no epics in them in Dustwood. Any zone above, you know, level 40, I'd probably be like, oh, checking this chest. See what's in there. But yeah, as I was saying, like, I did play a little bit of prot spec back when Classic first came out. And even though the AoE threat is a bit naff, having like Revenge Stun and all that sort of stuff is pretty nice. You got a lot of CC. So I think it would be quite safe. Especially with a druid healer, like the healer in my non-medley friend group is a druid, and that is not the safest thing in the world on hardcore. He doesn't have a magic to spell. But we've managed to get to where we are. I always say the end goal of those characters is to get our Warlock his epic mount, because I think that will kill us. Because our comp is so bad for that fight. But you know, there's a long way to go before we even get there. We're gotta clear all the 5-man dungeons and all that sort of stuff. I was thinking about recording the dungeon runs when we start doing them at level 60. Just because I haven't actually done any dungeons in hardcore. Like level 60 dungeons in hardcore. I always get to 60 and then stop playing. I just like the leveling more than the gearing and raiding. The gearing is okay, like the pre-bis gearing is pretty fun. And unless you're running Ubers 100 times, then it's not. But the raiding, as boring as frick. It's always fun reading comments on YouTube saying, I don't understand why people level up a character to 60 and then quit right before the game gets good. And I'm just like, the game does not get good at 60, it gets worse. Hello, my dyslexic friend. How art thou? Lovely weather. Man, I don't have lovely weather today. It's raining. Did have lovely weather over the weekend though. I'm a little bit sunburnt because I was out all day on Saturday doing gardening. Did the lawns, the gardening. What was that? Is that a Bruce Lee? For a moment I thought that was a melee mage. Plants vs Zombies is a good game. If that's how gardening was, I would do that. All the time. Not a melee mage, but a Southbound mage. Lighteden. Lighterladen. That would have been a better name. Lighterladen. Be the next one. Quite a few people here. There's always quite a few people in the low level areas though, because you know, people die. Another chest. I'll be honest, I never know when Black Friday sales are happening unless my friends say something about it, because I don't really pay attention to all like the sales and stuff. I'm not much of a consumer. I really go against everything that humanity stands for. Yeah, racing only, pretty much. Bruise Weedley. Shamantha. That's a good name, actually. Reach level 60. Plus, once I, you know, especially with PVT being a computer sort of sale company, right? Once I buy everything I need for a computer, then I never really change it out until it's really needed. That's why my last computer lasted 12 years. With most of the same parts. But yeah, it's good enough. I need to get like another 16 gigs of RAM. Because one of my RAM sticks died. Big sad. So I am just running on 16 gigs right now. And breakfast, it was okay. It was just okay. Just a classic, put some cereal in a bowl and go at it. I don't eat Cocoa Pops. I used to, but they fucked up my teeth. Along with everything else that I had as a teenager, you know, Coke and Cocoa Pops and chocolate all day, every day. When vanilla Coke was like the big thing, I don't know if it still is because I haven't really bought Coke in a long time, but I used to have like a vanilla Coke nearly every day, and I wish I didn't. Yeah, it was pretty good. But man, it was bad for my teeth. They're not what they used to be. Coke Zero's okay, I guess. There's less sugar in it, right? Or no sugar in it, it's meant to be, but I don't know if that's true. But I don't really drink Coke anymore, so I think the only kind of soft drink that I have now is Sprite, but that's on a very rare occasion. The last time I had Coke, it gave me the shakes, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty bad. Too much sugar. Get up there. Yeah, no matter what, energy drink, soft drink, it's all going to be bad for you if you had too much of it, huh? But that's why they're a bit addictive. Man, I remember farming here for 5 hours for Robes of Arcana. They did not drop. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same with energy drinks. I think the last one I had was Cataclysm Release. I had a Monster, I think. And yeah, because I stayed up all night playing. Also, I just read the RAM stick dying, but the reason I know that the RAM stick died is because my computer randomly had blue screen startup. Just shut itself off and all that. Randomly one day, and then I took one of the RAM sticks out and it was fine. And I put it back in and it wasn't fine. And I'm like, okay. I tried a lot of different things to try and diagnose my computer when all that was happening, and man, it was just stuck. I never got addicted to coffee either. I never started, like I probably have had 1 or 2 coffees in my life, but I do not drink coffee. I pretty much only drink water. I'm a water-based Pokemon. It's always fun to, like, you know, be an adult and not need coffee, and then everyone's like, how's that work? Like, well, I'm awake when I'm awake. And if I'm tired, I go to sleep. I don't keep drinking coffee. And then there's some weird people that have a coffee before they go to bed. It's like, oh, it's like the opposite of what you meant to do. I think I picked all the flowers because there are none. We do have over 20 of each though, so that's good. But yeah, coffee I never got addicted to. I'm thankful for. I think my only addiction is World of Warcraft. Now it's not as much of an addiction anymore. I could literally stop. But I'm doing a challenge. But after this challenge, I'm probably literally stopping. But I feel like the only addiction I've ever had has been WoW. Especially in New Zealand, right? We love alcohol over here. There's a big problem with alcohol here. I've had alcohol in social situations. Obviously, I think everyone has. Even people that don't drink, like me, has had alcohol in social situations. But I don't regularly drink. Like, I'm not going out and having a beer every week, you know? Honestly, keep it that way. Because it's not that great. It's just whatever. I remember the first party I ever went to in high school. You know, people were so shocked that I showed up that they kept handing me bottles of alcohol just constantly. I guess when you first go to a party, you just get everything given to you. So I did get a bit tipsy that night. I remember walking into... So the host was a girl and her friend. They were basically having their birthday parties together. That's why they were having a party. And I walked into her room because my friend and I were just exploring their house. There was like 5 girls sitting on the bed talking, and it was all pink. And I'm like, whoa, this room is so pink. I remember saying that in my tipsy state. But it was pretty funny. It was just pink, man, the whole damn room. That first party I went to was pretty good. Mainly because of all the, well, Frankie's here, let's go. Because that was the first party I ever got invited to, and I think the only reason I did get invited is because the girls that were throwing the party were sitting right in front of me during graphics class one time. And they're like, they turned around and say, you want to come to the party? And I'm like, sure, why not? It's amazing what happens when you ask someone you wouldn't think would go to one. Because I don't think most of my friends really ever went to parties. We were kind of like the nerd group, you know? We weren't actual nerds, but we were kind of the nerd group. We played video games. They were really good at math and stuff. I wasn't so much. I've never been good at math. So I think I was the first one out of that group to be invited to a party. Which was nice, but after that, I made sure to get them invited. But drinking as a teenager. Ooh. To be fair, I was 18 at the time, so it was okay, you know, it wasn't underage drinking. It's not like if I was in America and I'd be, you know, for whatever reason you can't drink legally before you're 21. That's interesting. You can shoot a gun, but you're not allowed to drink. Okay. Whatever, America. Let's not go into the American stuff, though. There's a lot of bad. But yeah, it was a good time. Let's see, the only real time I ever drank was at parties in high school. I've had a few after that, like, you know, when I go out for dinner with someone I met from WoW or something like that. Friends from WoW. Like, I've known you for at least 5 years. We can have a drink together. It's always one of my favorite things with a video game like this. Like, you get to meet people that you probably never would have met in your life. You know, that maybe live in a different state or different country. Like, I got a few people from my WoW guild and retail coming over next month. They're just touring New Zealand, going on holiday. So I'm gonna meet them next month. That'll be fun. Because I've known one of them for like 10 years now, but I've never met him. Guy's got a big old enchant on his whip. So that's pretty cool. I don't know what we'll do though, because the town I live in doesn't actually have anything exciting to do. There's no like, I don't even think there's bowling anymore. We got a beach. We got the gardens. That's it. Yeah. The town is definitely a lot quieter than it was back in the early 2000s when I lived here growing up. 100%. But it's nice because I actually like the quiet. You know, you get to walk around, there's not too many cars or people. It suits me. But there isn't a whole lot to do outside of looking at nice things like nature. Definitely a different vibe to when I lived in Brisbane. Whole lot of stuff to do in Australia. You're never really too far from an activity in Australia. But to be fair, I might be back there within like 5 years anyway, so. We'll see. One of my friends, you know, I moved back from Australia and we were playing video games together at good times, and now that I'm living in New Zealand and daylight savings is happening, I'm 3 hours ahead of people that I lived around in Brisbane because they don't do daylight savings in Brisbane. For whatever reason, the rest of Australia does, but Brisbane's like, nah. Or Queensland, specifically. They're like, nah, don't feel like it. And every time I'm like, man, it's already 10 PM, guys. I'm gonna have to go to bed soon. One of them's like, move. Like, alright, I'll come back to Australia. I think if I do go back to Australia at any time in the future, I might actually try the nightlife as well. Maybe a little bit, you know, I don't really care for clubs. But there are also night activities that aren't just clubbing. Going out on a boat or something at night, that's fun. I can't go to clubs as an old man because my ears hurt. What'd you say, Sonny? I can't hear shit. There is no nightlife here. Like, sometimes I'll hear some probably, you know, old teenagers, like 18 plus teenagers and young adults walk down the street yelling and screaming at 3 in the morning, but that's just, it's only like 1 or 2 times a week. That's about the extent of the nightlife in this town. A rare elite that spawns around here somewhere. I don't know what he's called though. Yeah, having a good train and stuff is definitely pretty good for that sort of stuff. Australia did well with their trains within like the cities and suburbs, but they really sucked at connecting them between states because there's different rules in every single state for like train lines, so they can't get their shit sorted. But at least, you know, they have a good train to get to and from the city. It's always fun. R/Auckland is pretty nice to look at because you got just people driving into people all the time on that subreddit. I've never really done too much driving in my life. I got my license when I was 15. And, well, that was about it. Even though I like racing cars and all that. When it comes to driving on the street with other people who are also in death machines that can't control their urges, I've never really felt the need. Like, if I want to get somewhere, I'll probably just take public transport or bike there, you know? I've never been that much into driving, and it's mainly just because the first time I ever drove a car, someone immediately pulled out in front of me. I'm like, wow, that's a good first experience. I was driving straight down a straight road, and then immediately someone's just like, we're... From that day forward, I was like, alright. Maybe driving on the road isn't for me. Like, I'm pretty good in a go-kart, but having to share the roads with idiots, I don't like the sound of that. But yeah, driving in Auckland, I definitely wouldn't want to. Christchurch was pretty bad at times as well, especially when it rained. For whatever reason, driving in Christchurch in the rain is like asking for trouble. Because everyone just forgets how to drive. So I'm guessing it's probably the same in all. I don't know if that mage wanted this Briar form, but I want it. Yeah, getting your learners is pretty easy, isn't it? I passed my learners test 3 times because I did it once in New Zealand and then went over to Australia and had to do it again. And then when I moved from Perth to Brisbane, I had to do it again because they have different fucking tests. They were all pretty easy, but it was just annoying to have to do it 3 times. Because I had my learners when I went over to Australia still, because my father was pretty lazy. He never really taught me how to drive. We went driving a few times and that's about it. And in WA, they give you just a piece of paper for your learners for like 6 months, but I wasn't there for 6 months, so I had to do it again in Brisbane. I wasn't on my full, no. I never really talk about it too much, but my parents were kind of like absent parents. My mother worked 2 jobs and my father was always depressed. So the things that you should, you know, teach your children or help them with, I kind of had to do myself. So it was hard to get anywhere with the license because obviously you need someone to be in the car with you. And my family was also poor, so I couldn't afford like lessons. So it was pretty rough. Yeah, my father immediately got his Australian license, basically. Because he had his full. I think my mother did as well at the point, but I can't remember because she got her license pretty late. I think she was like 30 years old when she learnt to drive. Maybe even later than that. But I'd assume she probably had her full at that point. Remove the full license. So it'd just be... Well, they probably wouldn't have restricted, right? You'd probably just get full. You go Luna's to full rather than Luna's restricted full, if that's the case. But, I don't know. Restricted is pretty much the same thing. But I feel like with the population being old in New Zealand, they're going to have to remove the test eventually because the only people going for it will be like 80-year-olds. Just trying to get their license again because there is no one else. So it kind of makes sense in a way. I see, I see. I'm not too... Like, that sounds fine, honestly. That actually sounds reasonable, because restricted is pretty much just a full license with restrictions. That's why it's called restricted, right? But the restrictions aren't really that much. If anything, they limit what kind of jobs you can do rather than when you can drive. And I feel like getting that bit off is probably for the beast. Anyone who can get their restricted and drive around is pretty much ready for a full license, I would say. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why people would be worried it's gonna introduce terrible drivers when literally the full test is a nothing burger, really. Like, you've already had your restricted and you're driving around, right? What's the difference? Yeah, 100%. Plus, I guess the restricted, which they should call full if they do that, would have both tests kind of rolled into one, so it would actually be a more comprehensive test and make it kind of harder to actually achieve, you know, which means you need to put in more hours and study and stuff like that. But maybe it is for the beast. I don't hate that plane. How did I get aggro from the sky? Keep that scroll for when we actually go and level. We're getting close. Being done with the Briarthorn farming. Man, buses are annoying, aren't they? I feel like a lot of bus drivers think that they own the road. Like, they'll just try to pull out in front of everyone. Can't imagine how it is in a big city. Like, obviously you gotta go places with people, but you know, when you're fucking around trying to own the road, you also put the people in the bus in danger, so eh. A double-edged sword. Red lights don't count for buses. Probably what he thought in his brain. Red lights are for car plebs. Can't even see this herb. I just right-clicked in the bushes and eventually found it. Like when I was doing gardening on Sunday, you know, you just right-click in the garden and pull out a weed. Hope that you pulled the right place. Yeah, I think Auckland is just a shit show. A lot of antisocial behaviour. I mean, it's happening everywhere in the world, but especially in big cities, and Auckland is probably, you know, the biggest that we've got, so it makes sense. I consider Auckland to not be part of New Zealand because it's basically its own country. Everything's different. Mobs are very aggro-y today. Don't want to get that bruiseweed. I do need more bruiseweed though. We've got a lot of briarthorn. I want to get at least another stack of brews. Good. Yeah. I don't mind a city like Christchurch or Dunedin. Never been to Wellington, so I can't speak for that, but Auckland... It's special. I'll give it that. It does feel like a totally different world. My grandma actually lived up in Wellington probably like 10 years. We went back down to Dunedin now though, because that's where her family is and stuff. But she actually blew over in the wind one time. She's just a small lady. Yeah, I think I'd place Wellington as like a Melbourne, you know? That's New Zealand's Melbourne. Where all the art happens. All where pretentious pricks go to make lots of money. Politicians. I haven't done too much of the North Island though, so I haven't really explored around too much up there. But I have seen pretty much the whole South Island. Even the snowy side that no one goes to. I actually went to, I think it's Hokitika. Like a place over there, isn't it? I don't know. And that's where we bought our German Shepherd when I was like 10 years old. That was my dog growing up as a teenager. My parents, because they loved wrestling, called him Goldberg. And he did used to spear tackle people. So that was pretty interesting. He actually had the spirit of Goldberg. Right. Bill Goldberg. To be fair, he was pretty cool, like as a wrestler. You know, my favorite wrestler was Rey Mysterio. I love the 619. It's just jumping out of the ring, kicking a guy in the face. It's amazing. It's great. But I watched a lot of wrestling when I was a teenager because my parents always bought the pay-per-views. Like, we poor, but we can afford the pay-per-view. Eddie Guerrero. Yeah. Eddie Guerrero is pretty cool. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. It was always a fun, like, PlayStation game to go around to your friends and just play all night was wrestling. You know, you have 4 controllers set up. You're all just fighting. Good shit. There were many weekends of just going round to friends, or they came round to mine because I also had one of the games. I think we all had a different wrestling game. And depending on like what people wanted to play, would just go to that person's house. Wrestling was a pretty big thing in the early 2000s, wasn't it? I don't know if it is now. I haven't really been paying too much attention to it. But I feel like the early 2000s era was probably peak. And then you got those guys who are still like, wrestling's fake. And it's like, yeah, but it's just for show. Like, they are still doing some awesome athletic moves. There's a show. It's it's not meant to be, like, fully real. It's entertainment. It's always fun when someone's like, oh, imagine watching wrestling, it's fake. Well, watching anything on TV is kind of the same, isn't it? If you watch movies or TV shows, they're fake. Imagine. Sometimes you watch the news and it's fake. Fake news. Watch any news coming out of the White House? Fake news. I'd rather watch wrestling. I think the other day, actually, that evil lady spokesperson of Trump said that the BBC is 100% fake news. The BBC. 100%. All fake. I'm like, okay. I saw a post on Reddit. I'm like, oh. Alright then. But I'll be honest, I don't really look into too much politics in the last few years. It's definitely made my life a lot better. Although I did see recently that old Winston had his clock strike right on a recent topic of banning fireworks for like private sale, and I'm like, it's a good idea. It's a very rare occasion when I'll agree with Winston Peters. But on that, yeah, it should have been done years ago. Because I'll be honest, I got someone living down the road setting off fireworks every night right now, and I'm like, this guy needs to, like, not be able to buy fireworks. Like, once a year is fine, but all the time? Nah, man. Yeah, Yeah, I know, right? The fireworks are pretty bad in some places. As someone who enjoyed fireworks when I was a child and all that, you know, we set them off once a year when it was time to set them off. But now I feel like people are just doing it for the sake of being annoying. Hmm. 100%. Oh, look at the fireworks. Like, I don't mind a massive fireworks celebration like New Year's Eve, like at the beach or something like that. Like, that's cool. When everyone gets together, watches a cool display. But no one's house displays are that great. They're just annoying. That guy's name Panand? Horned. Yeah, the afternoon ones are funny. So you say it screams rich people, but I think it's the opposite. I think it's poor, uneducated people. They just got their, you know, their welfare check, and they're like, I'm gonna go and try to annoy as many people as possible. Because that's all it is in the afternoon. If you're doing fireworks during the day, you're not gonna see anything. Okay. Maybe they're just annoying rich people then. There is that. There are annoying rich people. Most of them are landlords. Over here, at least. I'm so happy that I got to stick it to the last landlord. That house that I moved out of and they were trying to sell while I was living there has already fallen down $30,000 since moving out. I am so happy for them. I hope it continues to need to have reductions because no one wants it. It couldn't have happened to a nicer person. I did that. Yeah, I have a landlord now that's actually a nice person. You know, recently she got some heat pumps added into the bedrooms, so that's awesome. I think this is the first time in about 20 years that I've had a landlord that's actually nice. They're rare, but they do happen sometimes. I'm not gonna loot this chest even though I'm... But the last landlord, yeah, absolute bastard who deserves everything that he is getting right now, and he's probably losing, you know, $2,000 a month on that house because he's got to pay maintenance and all that, and the house is fucking falling apart, so he's gonna have to fix it up, and no one's living there. It's so good. Well, I basically moved into a house and I had assurances from the property manager who she's still my property manager, so she's good, who told me that, you know, the landlord wasn't going to put it up for sale or anything like that, because the house was already up for sale like 6 months before that, but no one wanted it. And then as soon as like a month, not even a month, I think I was in the house for like 26 days, and then got a call from a different real estate who was apparently trying to sell the house. My property manager didn't even know. Like, they went behind her back try and sell the house. So then the open home started, and I'm like, alright, you can do open home for half an hour once a week, but I am going to move out because I had a open lease as well. So I only needed to give 21 days notice. So my property manager found me this place really fast. And then we did the 21 days notice. I only had to deal with the open homes 2 times, and no one showed up one of the times, so it was only 1 time. But yeah, my property manager now isn't actually... Well, I think the whole organization that my property manager works for basically said no to the landlord to actually get tenants into his house. So right now there's no one in there, and no one's looking through it because no one wants to deal with it. It's just the people who are trying to sell it are trying to sell it. So it couldn't have happened to a nicer person. And the main reason it all happened like that is because my parents had to deal with something like that back when I was younger, and I learned from that. I was not willing to be a participant of the shithousery. So as soon as I knew what was going on, I'm like, alright, let's start moving. Thankfully was able to nail down this house because it was a pretty high on the list of people's desire, you know? There were a lot of people who were like, this house is pretty good, like I'd like this house. I remember checking out another house and there were people talking about this house there to the property manager. I'm just like looking at her, she looks at me like so I'm quite glad that we were able to get in this place and not have to deal with it too much. One day I'll be able to buy a house. Probably. I mean, I could probably start buying a house now, but I'd rather just manage to buy a house that I want to live in for life rather than buy someone else's house. So I'd rather build my own, you know, sort of something like that. And that's a bit more. Plus, I don't know exactly where I want to live for the rest of my life, right? I'm not sure if it's New Zealand. I think I want to tour around the world a little bit, see different places and see if there's anywhere that I'd be like, oh, this would be sick. Plus, if I bought or made or got a house built, I wouldn't be making it myself. I'm not a builder. But if I bought or got a house built and then wasn't living in it, I wouldn't want to be like a slumlord. You know, someone who isn't active in the house at all. I'd want to not micromanage, but at least have a presence in the house so people can get to know me and, you know, all that sort of stuff. I wouldn't want to be a AFK landlord. I'd want people to be like talking well about me. Like, this is the best landlord we've ever had. That's crazy. Sort of thing, you know. So I don't just want to get a house in New Zealand and then leave and go to Europe or something and be like, I'm never going back to New Zealand. Why would I? But I'll keep collecting my money. There's a lot of different things that go through a person's mind when they're thinking about the future, and that's some of mine. Plus, I don't care about money that much. Like, sure, being a landlord is pretty lucrative, as long as you got people in your house. Like, you know, the last landlord probably losing a lot of money right now, which is... Having to pay rates and all that stuff without people in your house, yeah, it's gonna fuck you over. I wish housing was more affordable for people who need it, though. Like, who need to rent. Because rent prices are kind of crazy. For this house, I'm only paying $500 a week, but that's actually really good for this house. But it's still, like, a lot more than I think rent should be. Oh, hey, Stitches. He's yellow right now because he hasn't reached the road. I do miss the days when rent was like $200 to $300. Because I'll be honest, even though the minimum wage has gone up and people are making more money, inflation has also gone up. But the quality of life hasn't really, because you have less money. Because you gotta pay so much in rent and food, you know? Everyone should be able to afford a house, is my thought. That's the sort of communism I like. I know a lot of people look at communism and they bad talk it and all that, and I'm just like, there are some good bits. Like, everyone having a house is pretty nice. No one actually does communism the right way, though. That's the problem. Like, Russia and all those countries that say they're communists, they're not. They're actually capitalist countries. Well, that's just how it is. Enjoy the bakery. Smell the bread. It's always fun to talk about stuff that isn't World of Warcraft related while doing World of Warcraft tasks. First hour of today's stream. Just life stuff. But I just need 2 more bruise weed. And then I'm probably done farming flowers. We're not going to worry about the extra briar thorn we have. We'll keep that just in case I want more later. So hopefully this bruisewood gives me 2. Or 3. 3 is good. My eye is itchy. When I got sunburnt over the weekend, I think my ear got a bit of sunburnt, like in the back of my ear. I scratched it a little bit because I was like, my ear's itchy, but I think it was because of the sunburn. I didn't realize I was sunburned at the time. It hadn't started coming in on my hands and stuff. So it's really itchy now, my ear. But yeah, my eye also be a little bit here. Happens. I had like a cut on my eyelid and that was so annoying.
Can I help you?
It happened a month ago or so.
Farewell.
So annoying though. Alright, so when we go back to Tanaris, we're probably going straight to the pirates. We'll check the bank to see if I have a true silver bar. If I do, that would be very nice. Oh man, my leg. Doing yard work is hard work, I'm gonna be honest. My legs feel like they could fall off at any moment. Because of all the yard work I did over the weekend. My back is sore, my side, my abs, my arms, my legs. They're all sore. And I was only outside for like 3 hours. Wasn't even like a full day. I don't know how people could work like outside all day doing hard labor. I feel like I would die. Like I respect those people that can do that. That ain't for me. Oh, just thinking about it makes me tired.
What can I do for you?
We did about an hour 20 of running around gathering flowers. I'm glad I didn't do it last week now because, yeah, been still streaming at 5 PM if I did. Got the jaw in the main. Warden staff. If I found a warden staff, what would I do with it? Like, it's not that useful for me. Well, we do have some extra briar form, but we don't have the extra bruisewood. Unlucky. What flask do I need? Alright. I didn't say scroll up to the top. Leaded vial. Woof. Maybe I should go ahead and make some of these for my warrior as well. And maybe also my paladin. I mean, we've got a lot. We've got a lot of mats for these potions specifically. I do need to keep some sungrass for giants. So maybe I can just go and make 4 of those for the warrior, so we have them at least. We don't know if the rogue is actually going to make it, you know, so making potions early, it's probably not the worst thing either. I'm hoping the rogue doesn't die, but at the same time, we've got to prepare for the worst. We can put this down. Yeah.
Light bless you.
Alright. Go make a bunch of potions and then we'll get on the leveling. I don't think, like, we'll probably get the Mongoose Elixir potion, or Mongoose Elixir recipe, while playing Lena, this league, because we'll probably go there at 52 at the latest and farm that shit. Might even go at 51. But I don't think I'm going to be able to get the max.
Light be with you.
So we're likely not going to be able to make them. Which is why I should probably just make a bunch of agilities. I think 20 elixirs of agility for the warrior and the paladin should probably be enough. Hide us over until we get mongoose. But I definitely want a lot of Troll's Blood potions for my warrior. Because, well, it kind of sucks to just be out and about the warrior without Troll's Blood rolling. I think my friend who went on his cruise might actually be back. I wonder if we can start playing Warhammer, like, tonight or tomorrow night. I have been playing Warhammer with a couple friends, obviously, but my 5-man group,
I buy and trade.
I am looking forward to that. Alright, we need crystal vials, please. So oh, he said, Sadly, I don't have a 6th person to play Warhammer online with, because it's so hard to convince people to not only play a game from 2008, which hasn't had any real visual or quality updates, because it's a private server. You know, they bring out content when they can, but they are just a small team of people doing it as a hobby, basically. 300 MS connection, and it's a PvP based game, so it is kind of hard to convince people to play. So sadly I've only got a 5-man group rather than a 6-man group, which is the dungeon. Like, you need 6 people for dungeons in that game. Maybe not all of them, we'll figure it out. Like, I think we'll try to 5-man some of the dungeons. Might be fun. But I'm gonna be leveling a healer and 2 tanks. I like the game a lot. You know, sometimes I play in my free time when no one else is around. Sometimes I play with other friends, and yeah, we're just sort of waiting on the big group to get together. But one of us went on a cruise, so I think he might be back now, though. So I'll see. See if people are willing to play this week.
Light bless you. Open for business.
I guess we can use this crystal vial to make an instant poison. So 192 alchemy, we're getting quite close to 300. Guess we'll fly down to Booty Bay after this and then go to Ratchet. And then Tanaris. Oh. I might be still a little bit tired from yesterday's shenanigans. You know, it was a Formula 1 day yesterday. So my sleep wasn't the best. I had to wake up. Well, I didn't have to, but I woke up at about 5:30 to watch. But I didn't really get to bed until like 2 in the morning because I just couldn't sleep.
Have a good one.
So a little bit of that tiredness has definitely joined me today. I would say.
Hey there.
I keep forgetting about this. Like, having this trinket might actually be worth.
Have a good one.
But I haven't bought it on any of the characters yet. It does cost 18 gold, which, you know, expensive. Did I get my training at this level? Probably did. I want to make sure. I mean, I have all the good stuff, so I'd assume did.
I supply only the finest goods.
I think it was a new Sinister Strike.
See you around.
Alright, let's send some of these potions off. I will stock my bank with a good amount of Troll's Blood. Machete.
What can I do for you?
Not machete. Machete. I don't think you're ready for machete. Yeah, just 10 extras. Fine.
Be careful.
Rest of the potions probably going to the other character. Let's see. All that Francie. Next Baumer. Rugen could also use some of these though. He's a hunter, he doesn't really. I'll be honest. Hunters don't need any special treatment. The Paladin, though, it will be a lot more fun to play when we got extra crit.
See you around.
Okay, let us go to that one place. Level 20 SSF Mokgara Tournament, December 6th. 100 gold first prize. 10 gold best in class. 20 gold crowd favorite. Ring quest, vendor, and prof items only.
Light be with you. Go with honor.
This is always interesting, but I'm not very good at dueling in World of Warcraft, mainly because I have 200 MS. Obviously, you'd probably want to play a rogue in a level 20 Mokgara tournament, I think. Like, what other... I guess mage would be pretty good. But as a rogue, you could probably just one-shot a mage anyway at level 20, right? So... I kind of like a level cap Mokgara tournament as well, because you have to get to level 20, but you want to have like the best equipment. So sometimes you have to do quests at a higher level than level 20 to get those pieces of equipment. So it is kind of a cool thing to think about from a logistics standpoint. I did forget to check if I had a true silver bar, but I didn't see one in the bank, so I'm just going to assume I didn't have one. I guess there's a bank in Gaggetson though. No matter what happens tonight, I'd like to play a little bit of Warhammer with at least one of my friends, because I want to do the High Elf Epic Quest, since we are both High Elves on those characters. And get all of my shit around level 10, like the extra renown book and stuff like that. So I can keep playing it alone, because it's the character I'm playing solo. Someone's killing some raptors. I could do Tethys on the rogue. Like, it's definitely doable. It just takes a while, right? Because throwing daggers. King Bangladesh is also pretty doable, because we do have a stun. As long as he doesn't, you know, parry it or something. We can push through to 50% pretty easy on the rogue. But there isn't much reason outside of Glory to do those quests because they are very out of the way. Speaking of very out of the way, Colonel Curzon. Do I have the quest for? I must. Yes. Lost Grog. Warrior handers, tier 3 shoulders. Tier 3 shoulders on the warrior are always some of the coolest looking things. Like, I like warrior tier 3 probably the most out of tier 3. But the shoulders especially. Awesome. I remember when Blizzard first showed off the Outlands. And they had a warrior with full Nex Ramus gear. I'm like, damn, that looks so cool. Because up until that point, I had never really seen a warrior with full Nex Ramus gear. I don't even know if Nex was out before they showed off the Outlands. It might have been. But it was very new. From what I remember. It kind of made me wish I was playing a warrior. Because the hunter tier 3 wasn't terrible, but it wasn't the warrior tier 3. Have a look at... I just want to see what set I think are the coolest. Druid is decent, it's druidy. Hunter's good. I don't really like the mage. I hate the paladin one. Priest one's good, the rogue one's sick. Shaman is whatever. Warlock is warlock. But the warrior is amazing. So actually, the rogue might be my favorite. Because I see it's sick. But I ain't playing a rogue right now, so I mean, you know, if you got tier 3 on a rogue, of course you're gonna look cool. Rogues struggle to not look cool. Even Lena right now with her brown paints looks cool. She's got a Phantom Blade. Of course she looks cool. A Francie Blade. I think I might need to go toilet when we're flying to Tanaris. And then hopefully I have enough juice to, you know, get to 47. I am a little bit tired. I even look a little bit tired. Eyes are a little bit shut, you know. If you ever see me looking like this, then you know I'm on drugs. I've never been on drugs in my life. Apart from, like, painkiller. Like, you know, penicillin. Not penicillin. What's it called? Panadol. That's it. Had to pop a few of those this weekend. I had a pretty big toothache. Just like at night when I was sleeping. Like, oh yeah, right when I'm trying to sleep, my tooth's gonna start hurting the shit out of me. Haven't felt it otherwise. Like, it's been fine.
Money, friend.
But yeah, I'll be right back. I need to go toilet. Man, every time I get up and walk, my leg is so sore. I thought that said Elon Musk fresher. Elder Merc fresher is not Elon Musk fresher. My legs are so sore though. Every time I get up, I'm just like, ah. It's not just because I'm old, thankfully. Oh, we've still got to get guards ready in, so I might actually go pick that up while we're down here. We'll have the super snapper as well. I did already do the quest to grab the feathers. So I feel like we're in Tanaris until 47. We can pump this quest really easily. We could probably go and blast some stuff in STV. But we're probably gonna have to finish off Paralis before we're 48. So finishing off Paralis might actually be difficult, but only just a little bit. Easier than on the Druid, at the very least. The soup at level 60. Hopefully it's a good soup. You don't want a bad soup. Bad soup is the poop, as the orcs in Outlands would say.
Good day to you.
Good day to you.
Seeing you. Off and away. Very well then.
Alright, I need to check the bank because I don't know if I do have a true silver bar, but I haven't looked.
Talk to me.
I do not have a true silver bar.
Right back.
It is quite unfortunate that Lena was forgotten about. Well, we'll just have to hope that we open a chest and it has a true silver bar in it. Otherwise, that's a whole quest chain of like 20,000 experience that Lena can't partake in because of my forgetfulness. I remembered all the other characters. The one character that would actually make use of that trinket, forgot about. Silly me. Yeah, we'll go grab Garsridian and then go to Pirates. Try to get Garsridian done. I don't know. This time or next time we're in this place. Doesn't really matter. Big bird. Not like the big bird though, is it? Like he's not actual the big bird. I feel like if you had an argument with Big Bird and you were saying that's a big bird, he would talk like that. And he's like, yeah, but not the big bird.
Glad I could help.
Sesame Street, by the way. for anyone who is old or too young. You're either old, so you remember Sesame Street, or you're too young and have probably never even seen it or heard of it. My niece and nephew don't know what Sesame Street is. They know what Bluey and Paw Patrol and Skibbity Toilet. It's really funny when I pull out the Gen Z slang in front of some of my friends who are, you know, as old as me. I once said, I stand on business. And I made 2 people physically cringe. I just love doing it randomly. Like, I don't really use Gen Z slang, but if I'm around people that I know, sometimes I just randomly do it. I find it funny. It's like chaotic, you know? But it is always funny when my friends ask me what things mean. Like, you know, one of my friends was like, what does Skibbity Toilet mean? So I gave them the deep lore on that because I also wanted to know. And I went discovering, and I think I know a lot more of that lore than a lot of people that actually know what Skibbity Toilet is. Because I went deep. At 10 years of lore. 6-7 though, they asked me what that meant, and I said it meant nothing because I'm gonna be honest, the only answer that I've seen is nothing. But it was funny because for whatever reason, so many people asked what 6-7 meant. Alpha memes are definitely, they're a bit brain rotted, you know? It's like you can tell that the frontal lobe is developing slower in humanity just by the memes that are coming out. Like, you can see how fucked we are by the memes. The future is bleak. Yeah, pretty much the iPad babies. I worry about the memes that will be when my niece and nephew are teenagers. Because, you know, the people their age, like my nephew's 5, my niece is like 7, I believe. Maybe 6 and 8, I can't remember. I don't know their birthdays. I just know when they were having birthdays, but I don't live around them, so it's not easy to remember. But they had iPads. They were growing up with iPads. They're part of the iPad generation. Well, the newer one. So I worry about the memes that will be coming out their mouth when they're like 13 years old, you know. Poison on. I was too poor to have an iPad. I don't even know if iPads were a thing when I was growing up. Like, I had a flip phone when I was like 13. You know what a flip phone is? Yeah, I'll get a buffs on. A warehouse Vodafone. Nice. Yep. A lot of people here. Oh, I can do lockpick training here. Sadly, I've already kept my lockpick. Not going to be that useful. I saw an ad. I think it was, yeah, when I was watching F1. I think the people that I was watching F1 through are actually from New Zealand, because I saw a New Zealand ad for Noel Leemings. And it was like, I'm upgrading my grandma's phone. My grandma's old flip phone. And the ad was like, oh, we've still got flip phones. That's crazy. I mean, he's got a freedom, but that's crazy. That man just ran in there and tanked like 8 mobs. But I found that pretty funny. That there was still like flip phones. Whoa. But yeah, even budget phones, like you said, really good these days. I need to buy a new phone soon, because I've still got my 3G phone, and they're shutting off the network next year, so... Unlucky. I don't generally like buying new phones. So really glad I just dodged both of those disarms. Because I only use my phone for, you know, texting and calling. I don't need all the apps and shit on it. My friends were shocked when I told them I still had a 3G network phone. They're like, whoa, you're living in the 2010s. And I'm like, hell yeah, I am. That's fine. I'll need to buy a new one next year. Alright, let's fight these 3 women. They all look similar. They're the same lady 3 times. They copy paste. Hopefully I don't get disarmed, because then it would be quite awful. Brain away. Nice, easy. Easy for the rogue. I also go through skinny, I'm pretty sure, but the only reason I do that is because they're like the one company that has like a long life that I've just got to pay for once a year. I'm like, alright, I'm happy with that. Like, as long as I don't need to top up from here, it'll actually do. Because even though I text and call people, I don't do it that much. It's mainly just for like emergency stuff. You know? Most of the talking to people is done through Discord or something these days. Also use Skinny for my internet. Because that was like the cheapest deal. Cheapest and best deal. Sadly, Australia has a really good internet provider called Aussie Broadband, which is absolutely amazing. Never had any like bad stuff with them. I don't think New Zealand has an internet provider as good as that, but New Zealand does have better internet, right? So I haven't really had to deal with much problems just because we've got fibre over here and it doesn't drop out too much anyway. I think I've dropped out maybe once since coming back. Australia has pretty shit internet in general though. If you do go over to Australia, don't expect the internet to be that great. Although they are actually making upgrades recently, which is good. Oh, finally a pirate hat. I actually forgot that was a quest. Walk on. Sounds corporate. I like how there's a lot of companies in New Zealand that have names that are just like Skinny, 2 degrees, stuff like that. It's like stuff that you probably wouldn't think is real in any other country. It's like I actually do like that. Back in the day when I was growing up, it was always Telecom, Vodafone, you know, those were like the two things in New Zealand. Falcon Mail, not too bad. So it's not called Telecom in Australia, but they have something similar, Telstra. It's basically Telecom. But man, they just own everything. So like all the internet providers go through Telstra basically. But they're also terrible. I know that Paladin is still probably around, but I hope he doesn't just kill Andre again. Or I would like to kill Andre. But there are some interesting company names. Stop critting me. Not nice. There's that Paladin again. Now I'm in combat. Which is annoying. Now I'm going to be in combat for a while. But, you know, we get Andre solo. It's all good. least for a rogue. There's 2 frost mages around here. And a prop paladin. They're all AoE classes, and I'm just like, I'll kill 1 mob at a time. It's a good thing we're a rogue though, because don't have to deal with it too much. Takes the invasion. Mob just be critting the shit out of me. So a bunch of AoE people and me. AoE and me. But we're getting shit done. I like the amount of damage that I do on this rogue now. I mean, I always have liked the amount of damage that I do on this rogue, but it's definitely a lot higher now than it was before Phantom Blade. We've always had really good gear on this character. Well, that's... I'm glad he's just walking in circles, because that could have been really terrible disarm. When's Blade Flurry? 10 seconds. I might just take out the free swashbucklers. Oh, we don't have evasion though. Maybe not. Let's just deal with the 2. Because if I get disarmed, it's terrible. And without evasion, one of them's probably gonna disarm me. That's so fun. Running down a few mobs. I wish I was only playing rogues in the hardcore medley. Alright, mate. You have a good day. Thanks for stopping by, it was nice chatting. I'll be here killing pirates. Pretty much most of the day, I think. Not most of the day. Maybe like another half hour. We do rip through them pretty fast. Hoping this gets us quite close to 47. I don't know if it will, but it is the hope. Like level 40 gauntlets of the beer. I don't know if we need them, but you know, plate of the beer, level 40, always worth looking at. We have had some pretty good luck with the plate of the beer. Oh, I don't have shoot on my bar? Well, I've got shoot on my bar, it's just the wrong shoot. Because I recently switched to a bow. So I need 6 more dock workers, which can be difficult because of these AoE people. Sadly, the dock workers are the mobs that are all around. I don't know. Can I even get under here? Can I even get to this mob? If I can, will it pull extras? I mean, it will pull that guy. I've never fought these mobs. In fact, I think most people, even AoE farming mages, probably haven't fought these mobs. Oh, there's a chest. Don't mind if I do, mages. Don't mind if I do. That was a mage chest. It's pretty funny that that chest was the way it was, because this area is basically like the AoE mage place, right? So the fact that it had mana potions in it, very on brand. Bigger slice and dice, huh? Fighting 2 mobs as a rogue without cooldowns is a little bit dire at times. Getting some good drops. Like, I don't know if they're gonna be good in terms of we'll use them, but they are good drops. Like Cloth of the Eagle, Plate of the Bear. Good shit. We got a wand. A shadow wand, actually. Now, I don't know if it's going to be better than what Alia has, but it is a shadow wand. And it does have stats on. They're bad stats, but stats. One more dock worker. Grab these 2. Having cooldowns is much better than not. Like, we just need a blade flurry and instantly it's like so much better. Alright, need 1 more swashbuckler and a lot of pirates. I'm gonna grab this pirate and then I'm gonna walk over away from this mate. I don't want to be near those mobs. Why are you pulling the mobs onto me? Are you like trying to kill me? I feel like they were trying to... You know, if an AoE mage tries to kill a rogue, the rogue can actually retaliate upon the mage, so... Good luck. But that was an interesting ice block. The man didn't even have to ice block. Like, all the mobs were around him. Very curious. I'm gonna go in here and get one swashbuckler. Then I'm gonna head out of the camp and try and get my pirates. 4 more of them. We need a lot of hats as well, but we'll get those when we get them. I'm glad I found the distress beacon. I don't think I will try the distress beacon just yet. Might be a few levels lower than I want to be for that. But I'm glad I found it. Priest here. There's a fucking lot of people here. It's pirate killing today. Kill all the pirates. What today is? The Pirate Week. Charges on my offhand. Yeah, I was hoping this would get me a bit further in the experience, but I mean, we got a lot of hand-ins after it, at least. Actually, our first drop. Drops have been kind of ordinary in terms of that thing. I wouldn't mind the schedule, right? Use our last bit of adrenaline rush. I've already leveled my lockpicking, as I said, but I can't resist. So we just need the hats now. Which is the usual occurrence when you're here. To get all the quests done and just need hats. I'm hoping that I can loot a chest with a true silver bar in it. I swear Lena probably had a true silver bar at some point. I must have accidentally sent it to Francie. I feel like I remember having one on this game. Wouldn't be that surprising if I did accidentally send it though, because I did need a few of them for this. It's fine though. One poison prop. I meant the offhand. We went into that fight with one charge left. We still have one charge left. There it is. We don't really need to re-poison them. We're hoping that we're done after this mob. Phantom Blade was definitely worth farming for, I would say. But imagine having dungeon gear with it. I think this rogue would be absolutely unstoppable. Maybe she already is, but even more so. Nice, hat's done. Alright, I guess I'll go head down here and hand this in first before we head back up, because it makes sense. And then I think I will try to collect the rest of the Gazridian and do the Noxious Lair investigation, because I might as well do that now. I think it's pretty doable. And then we'll be done with Tanaris for this stop. Level has been 4 hours, but we did do pretty much an hour and a half of herb gathering. And some lockpick training also for like an hour, didn't we? Well, look at that guy. He's just lying out in the sun, having a good time. I mean, he's dead, but he's just lying out in the sun. Also, it looks like someone might be doing the escort. I might head down here for no reason, but hopefully it respawns as I get there. Be nice. Be dragons. The lighting changed in game and I thought my light flickered in real life. Talked about the lighting change here a few times, but it's so weird how like up there is really bright and it just goes back to normal lighting. I kind of wish I was able to play more during nighttime in WoW. What did it say? 11 PM. Like, I swear, I moused over the clock and it said 11 PM. They were pretty up there, like they were already killing mobs up here, so I assume it should be back right now, in fact. I'm not gonna do the escort, I just wanted to hand in the distress beacon. Because this one, even though as a rogue it's quite doable, I'd rather do it at about 48. So probably when we come back to Tanaris after finishing other stuff, 48, 49. Just to make it a little bit safer, because if you remember from my first hardcore rogue, I did those escort quests. And I did a few of them when I was lower level than the quest, and it did almost cost me that character. By Alia. I didn't even finish this escort on Alia because I was probably going to fail the escort, but the Scourge spawned at the same time. I was in the process of failing the escort, so I just ran away. I thought it was the safest option, you know, just run away instead of worrying about it. Come back to it later. It's not that important. Go hand in the rest of these quests, and I feel like my rested experience should be pushed all the way to the next level if I have my math correct. I won't say I will because I'm pretty bad at math. So you never know. Like, whenever I see algebra, I'm just like, what the fuck does that mean? What the fuck is an algebra? As soon as letters started being involved in maths, I was confused. Like, I never got taught algebra, I don't think. Like, I went to high school and they were using it, and I'm just like, I don't know what this means. New Zealand education system. It fucked me over. So I might be good at math. I was just never taught it correctly. I definitely missed a year of it somewhere. Hey, here's what it is.
Hey there. See you later. Safe travel.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
I could learn it now, but I don't really want to, you know, I don't have the desire. I'm good enough at math to know how to make a spreadsheet for a video game. And that matters more to me than actually doing mathematics. I guess we could send those to Rugen and see if they're good.
Have a good one.
Not quite reset experience all the way to the next level. Let's go head over to the other side of Tanaris and get the Noxious Lair investigation going. I'm honestly surprised that we're not 47 yet. Like, it does feel like we're kind of running out of quests, but characters should have been in much better situation quest-wise than other characters, but I guess we haven't really had to do the grinds that other characters have. Like, around 44 is when I did a lot of grinding on the Paladin, Priest, Boomkin, other characters, right? The Rogue's just been doing quests the whole way. Obviously, without dungeons, at some point in the journey, you have to grind. But Lena has been taking care of her grinding earlier. Like the Murlocs and such. So it hasn't really been that necessary. But I feel like maybe soon we might have to. Although at 47 I should be able to finish for Alice. Giants and elementals and all. And then we head over to the hinterlands. Possibly B48. Then we got Searing Gorge. Get us to 49. Guys have such a big aggro radius, but thankfully he was a bit slow. I'm looking forward to getting improved at this. I like improved at this. Obviously improved slice and dice is nice. But I like both of them. More damage. 15% damage was nothing to sniff at. Slowing poison. Woohoo. Well, I'll be there in an hour. The fact that he got it off, but also got it off right as he was about to die. What an asshole. I actually did the end of Tanaris on my 53 warrior yesterday, including this quest. Like halfway through 53 now, and I've got to go back. Oh, I haven't started the blasted lane, so that's where I'm going next on that character. It's a very big difference when you're doing all the dungeons, because there are zones that I haven't even done on that character. I didn't do Desolus, I don't think, because I didn't want to run around. Didn't do Swamp of Sorrows. Probably another zone at least that I haven't done. But when you're doing all the dungeons, you got so much experience available. Like I haven't done Unguro, haven't done Blasted Lanes. Haven't started Plague Lanes. So I think it should be a pretty easy journey to 60 on. These characters, the hardcore medley characters, we gotta actually try to hit 60 of it. Double insta for the bugs. Some of them are gonna be 49s. I don't know if I want to fight any level 50 swarmers. But we might try to avoid those ones. Yeah, as you can see, the 49s are already bad enough, right? I don't think these guys have a final sting, but I was scared. Because he wasn't dying and he wasn't doing anything. His animation was just looking at me and I was like... So probably an unneeded health potion. That's why I want to get to 47 before I do the giants and the stuff in Pharrellis though, because... this quest already is kind of difficult. I guess we'll go up here and blast these quests next. Gonna have to run to Ajara because I don't think I've been there. But that should get us like 20k experience at least. So after this quest will probably be within 20k of leveling. I need one of you two. Not together. Can't fight both of you. Stay over there. So, he did see me, but not fast enough. Let's say he'll probably see me. Wasn't fast enough though, thankfully. These are probably like the hardest mobs that I've had to fight on Lena in comparison to her level. Usually she's been fighting mobs that are, you know, same or lower because of, well, the Murloc farm that she had to do in the level 20s. I will run. Let's get a bigger vessel. Probably make some heavy mage weave after these. This quest recently has been taking a long time to actually. We haven't been that lucky in the quest drops on this quest recently. Parry. Andy poison. Andy was critting every attack. Big experience when we killed though. 600 XP. I remember questing in Silithus on my first hardcore rogue and getting the poison on you, right? So you have to like pull mobs between the poison ticks. That was pretty fun to game. Get the shot off. Yeah. I'm not a handmaiden of the High Elves. Oh, there's someone else here. Zombie lad. Now we've got a poison every 3 seconds. It's even worse. There's a lot of swarmers. I don't really want to do this. mainly because they're level 50. Like, obviously they're a harder mob because they're swarmers and they call a lot of ads, but it's mainly because they're level 50. These guys are a tank. We need a Phantom Blade proc. There we go. Sundered me, I sundered him. Nice. Sunder me, I sunder you. We sunder us. Henceforth he shall walk. Grab the stinger. Guy's already got 2 friends out. Someone must have been fighting that swarmer. He's already got 2. At least. It might be stacked up though, there might be like 8 of them. It's always the worry when fighting the bugs, because they've all got, you know, some have fresh, some have bugs. Like mini bugs. But they've all got abilities. Do generally need to be a little bit careful at times again. Got my bow skilled 6 now. It's pretty good. Green Phantom Blade looks pretty sick though. Well, you know, I like how Phantom Blade looks, but I like this a little bit better, I would think. Imagine you have a green and a red Phantom Blade. Like a lightsaber. Now that's a Jedi challenge. Make your own Phantom Blades. A different color. Two more paths. I'm thinking that mage that was over here did kill all the swimmers, hopefully, so maybe I'll be able to go in, see if there's any mobs we can kill in there. Or we won't need to because mobs are respawn. I don't mind this quest taking a bit longer than usual. Alright, this might be a hard mob to sneak up on because I do have poison on me. I can wait for it. But I would like to get an opener on the 49, you know, I don't want to pull them with my bow. Same time, the work is also here. They like moving around. I don't really feel that tired today. But I know that I probably am. That's why I keep yawning. be obvious. I was thinking about using evasion on this guy, but we got a nice sinister strike crit, so I decided not to, but like that. Maybe it still would have been worth. Nice sword procs on this one. Use evasion because it might be the last mob that we've got to kill anyway. Of course, the one time I don't slice and dice right as it's about to die. It only had 1% health, to be fair, after my parry with this. You gotta be on it. You wanna be getting stuff off like that. Which is fine, but find a little break. How about you give me a Kang the Decapitator? See if I can get the guys ready and done. We need 22 of them, it's a lot. Blimey's reached level 60. Got an L at the end of his name? I don't know. Maybe it's Slimy. He was starting to go into the second Slimy and then got. So it's Slimy. Or he's a Soul Link Warlock, so he's called Slimy SL Soul Link. Siphon Life Soul Link. SL was a build name back in the day. What they called the Siphon Life Soul Link build. 81 free. I'm pretty sure I've had 8 experience before. I think that we're really close to it again. A bit scary. Why does this always keep happening? So we're kind of reliant upon RNG to get a true silver bar on Lena. I also need to start looking into, guess I could look it up, but I need to start looking at the vendors for the engineering vendors. See if I can get a mithril casing before we go to Unguro. Because otherwise I will never be able to do that escort quest. Which doesn't really matter because it is a kind of hard escort quest anyway. But it would be nice to be able to do. Obviously I don't have an engineer, so I can't make one. Like, I'm pretty sure the rogue should be able to survive Unguro relatively well. And been there before. And that aggro radius on the blister pores is so big. One's been murdering the desert. That fella. In the desert, everyone gets murdered somewhere. The mobs don't get you, the sun will. If the sun kills someone, is that considered murder? Probably not, right? Because it's more on them than the sun, because the sun's just
I got the
doing what
best
it does.
deals anywhere. Keep it real. Potential customer.
It's an interesting thought, Howard. I don't think we really need... Oh. If we found a mithril bar and transmuted it to true silver, though, then we could get a true silver bar. We'll take that, just in case. Do I need a philosopher's stone to make those, though? I might. Transmute arcanite. We don't need that yet, but
Be good.
if we want to make anything
I got what you need.
crazy at level 60, we might need it.
Keep it real.
Like if I, for whatever reason, I don't think this will ever happen, but if I, for whatever reason, find a Lionheart Helm recipe, we're gonna need some of those. Guy's making devil saw legs. I don't know who's making them for this. Well, that's a mage. I don't know why I would, but... Pretty cool though. Net Elia. Probably seen these wrist rocket. Okay, let's go and try to get 17 more guards ready. Might take a while, but I wouldn't even say it's worth the experience. But, you know, it's a quest of experience, so not the worst. Could be much worse. I alt-tabbed for a moment. Alt-tabbing in hardcore. Not cinema, just hands off keyboard. Yeah, so I would need a philosopher's stone. It might be difficult to get right now. I think I need my miners. Get me the stuff for it. Like the black vitriol or whatever it is. Vitriol? I don't know what it is. But it would be nice to be able to do transmutes, definitely. Especially for the Arcanite bars, even though we may not even need them if I do open up the auction house on these characters at some point. That is free money, perhaps. I'm thinking about opening up the auction house at 60 just for Runecloth when I first hit 60. Because I'm going to need a lot of Runecloth if I do want to get like a different race's epic mount. I don't know if I want to farm it. But obviously we're going to need the money as well. So I think we work on getting the 900 gold first. And while doing that, we'll probably get some Runecloth. And then worry about any extra Runecloth we need after that. Probably going to be the way it's done. But you've also got to remember we have a whole bunch of characters to play, so Runecloth might actually not be that hard to come by either. Like, I don't think we're going to get the thousands of Runecloth that we need while leveling all the characters. But I think we make a pretty good dent in the amount we need. Like, I'm probably not going to play the Paladin after level 60. There's a good chance I don't play the Druid after level 60. This is if they actually make it. Obviously. The Mage is like here and there. I don't know how much I'll play the Priest after 60 because I don't really want to just jump right into healing level 60 dungeons on a priest that I haven't done any healing on. Like, that sounds very irresponsible. Might be funny though. So I think the Rogue and the Hunter are probably going to be the two characters that I'm playing the most after 60. My two farming characters. But we'll see. We will see how it goes. Because there is definitely still progress to be made after level 60. 100%. Like there's patterns and reps and all that stuff. But at the same point, maybe TBC will be out, you know. I'm gonna say, if TBC comes out before the hardcore medley's done, I might put the hardcore medley on hold. Because TBC hardcore, it doesn't matter if it's Blizzard sanctioned or not, it's gonna happen. Sounds way more exciting. Like, I want to play through at least one time in TBC hardcore, you know? And I'm sure because the views of the hardcore medley have sharply declined, I don't think people would be upset by that. My last video only has 14 views. There's videos this series that have 2k. And my last one has 14. Like, the algorithm didn't even show it to anyone. Maybe I should put ultra in the tags. Just to, like, you know, not ultra hardcore, but it's in the tags. So maybe the algorithm will be like, ah, people are interested in this right now. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the algorithm didn't even work for this latest video. It probably showed it to the subscribers that have the notifications on and all that. The ones that watched. It was only 14 of them. Pretty sad. But you gotta remember, hardcore WoW now, classic hardcore is like, it's kind of boring at this point. I'll be honest. Everyone's just TBC waiting room, right? That's pretty much where I'm at as well. But the thing is, I don't know if TBC will actually be releasing anytime soon because a new WoW expansion is probably going to be out within the next 3 months. And even though Blizzard do like to release too much shit at the same time, they're not going to release TBC right next to a WoW expansion. You know? So I feel like there's a lot of people hyping up TBC coming out within the next few months. And it's like, I don't think that's a good idea if you want TBC to survive. People that play Classic are going to play it no matter what, but you know. We need some tourists. Especially for a hardcore version, because that would be fun to watch people just die to everything. Not sure what class I want to main in TBC though, because I don't know if I like Rogue that much. I do want to do a Paladin, a Blood Elf Paladin, but I wouldn't say I want to main a Paladin. It's mainly for nostalgia. Because I was a Blood Elf Paladin during a lot of TBC. Like, obviously I started it as my Hunter. Quickly didn't like Hunter because Steady Shot was not very friendly with 400 plus MS that I had back then. Like, Hunter was good for me in Classic because it didn't do too much, you know, you just AFK auto shot. But after I started having to actually use abilities, did not go so well, so I quickly swapped to Mage after that. Started blasting. Could use the Quartz stop casting macro. And was top in DPS in my first raid, so much better. Like, I was still a good player, just the class did not suit the tech that we had back then for me. And then I went Paladin after I moved to Australia. By then, the Sunwell was already out. But I did level my Paladin before that. Like, I had my Paladin early TBC, but I didn't really play it, I just had it. I did some arena with some friends in like season 1 and 2, but I never played it until the Sunwell had come out. And then I got carried through some content by some cool guys that weren't so cool. They were pretty elitist. But back then I thought they were cool because I was a teenager still. And now we're here. Playing Classic WoW for hundreds of hours. 36 days, 21 hours and 19 minutes. How much hours is that? Not even 1,000 hours yet, I think. I mean, every 10 days is 240 hours. And we're at 36. And even 40 days wouldn't be 1,000 hours, right? That's how time works. I feel like this person might also be looking for Gazridian. Just by that pathing. So we're not quite at 1,000 hours in the hardcore medley. Plus you gotta remember that one of these characters isn't included, and that's the character that has the most time played, because I spent the most time idle on it. You know, it's not my non-stream character. I'm gonna be AFK half the time. It's just the way it is. I wouldn't say half the time, but at least like a third of the time that character's probably been just AFKing, waiting for people to do dungeons and shit like that, fishing. Hasn't been as focused as the medley, but the medley characters do take some time to level up just because we're not doing dungeons. Like, I think if I was doing dungeons on one of these characters, I would be close to 60 by now. With the gear and shit that we have. Like, imagine if Lena had dungeon gear on top of what we got. That'd be insane. I think we would be in the last league in a medley if dungeons were a thing. But I also think we'd be pretty much in the last league in a medley if I didn't move house twice and the Scourge event didn't happen. So there's a lot of... If my mum had balls, she'd be my dad going on right now. It's still one of my favorite quotes. do. Max says weird stuff. Formula 1 this season is really annoying a lot of people, I think, just because... I got a sneeze coming. That's not the reason why. Ugh. But just because McLaren are so far ahead, you know, they've won the Constructors with like 5 rounds to go. They're probably going to win the Drivers' Championship. And neither of their drivers have been the best driver this season. Their car is just so much better than everyone else's. Like, maybe one of their drivers has been the top 5 driver of the season, but that's still pretty grim. But the team and the car definitely deserve to win both championships, so it's kind of like, man, it's been a season. So it's annoying a lot of people. For me, whoever wins, I'm okay with, because there have been weaker championships in the past. Sometimes it is just the car that makes it. I think for a lot of the time that Lewis Hamilton has been champion, he had a much better car than everyone else on the grid. But I also consider him to be one of the best drivers. But he still had a much better car than a lot of the people on the grid. So it was hard to say if, you know, he would have had competition in those years when he ran away with it by like 200 points.
Yo! Keep it real! Glad I could help!
So it's an interesting season.
Hurry back!
Not as interesting as I was hoping. You know, Ferrari have been nowhere, Mercedes have basically been nowhere, so... Could have been a good season in terms of championship, but the only reason it's been a little bit interesting is because Max is driving out of his mind. So it has been a frustrating season of watching F1 this season. Definitely. Alright, we got to go up to Ajara. We got 2 quests, and they're probably going to give us about 20k experience overall. So we're going to need another 10,000. It's too bad I don't have a true silver bar. Because I probably be getting that. I don't know if we'll hit 47 today if we don't level in Ajara. Like, it's already 2 PM. I guess I'll just use the
Hello.
vendor up there. But yeah, we don't have the flight path to Ajara, so we're gonna have to go
See you soon.
from Astronar, and it's gonna be a little bit of flight. So I'm gonna take a short break because I don't want to sit here for 9 minutes talking to myself. definitely won't be able to do any legwork. They are so sore. Hulk Hogan and Ronnie Coleman are doing a little duo down there. Interesting. Speaking about wrestling. Alright, so we land in Ajara. No, we land in Astrana. We fly to. No, we run to Ajara. Hello, brain. And then we blast these two quests. And hope that we're quite close to 47. We are quite close to 47. I might just grind out the reason because we are getting 8.8k experience from the quest. 8.4k experience from the quest. And honestly, the mobs that we're going to be fighting aren't too bad. And then I guess, like, we could start Searing Gorge. But I'm thinking we're probably going to Foralis at 40. Shouldn't be too bad. Foralis and then Hinterlands. As I said, we could also finish stuff down here. Maybe try Stranglethorn Fever. How do we get the rogue killed, huh? I don't want to, but if we did Stranglethorn Fever, well, it's a pretty good way of potentially happening. If you're ever solo in Stranglethorn Fever and then someone comes along and kills your mobs, stay in stealth. And then they'll die. Because they would consider it griefing, but I would consider what they did griefing. If you're solo in a quest that requires you to fight like 5 mobs at a time, it's actually griefing for someone else to come and kill the mob that you are gouge kiting waiting for your cooldown. You know? So they might complain about your grief, but they were the actual person doing the griefing, so only fair. It's my thoughts on it. It's someone who's never had to deal with that. I do have to do a mage weave hand in for this character in Darnassus, but I don't think it will be for a moment yet. Gotten more rep with Darnassus than I thought I would have also. I thought I would have ran around 5.5k, but this is good. The closer we get to Revered before 60, the better, because it's less rep that we need to grind later. Two. Round time is 6:20. The round time is like at least a minute behind, but possibly closer to 2 minutes behind. Let's see. Just start the timer. Once it goes 223, we will know. Been about 20 seconds. $30. I was near 40 seconds behind. So about 1 minute 20 behind. I would say. That's quite a bit. Maybe it's just my computer being 1 minute 20 ahead of real world time, I don't know. Although maybe it's even more, like takes so long. I don't know. We'll get a little bit of experience while exploring over here as well. It's not going to be a huge amount, but anything helps. I think Lena is going to have to grind some furbolgs at some point. Obviously we need the rep, but I think we're going to have to actually grind a level on them at some point as well. I was assuming Lena would have such an easy time, you know, getting to level 50 and then getting past level 50. It may not be. We've still got a lot of quests. And there's still a good route plotted out, but yeah, it may not be as easy as I thought it was going to be. Honky Ponk Ponker. Always said Ponker. Honky Ponker. Edge Mo. There's a lot of people around level 25 right now. Not all of them are playing Ultra, most likely, but like there are a lot of people in the 20 to 30 bracket at the moment. There was actually a disconnect, well, two that happened over the weekend, I think, on like Saturday my time. Thankfully I wasn't, you know, playing, but a lot of people apparently did die because of server issues. So I would feel like if those people were dedicated to playing, they'd probably be around 25 by now, so be it seen. Sneeze incoming. Nope, it's gone. I really hate how, you know, sneezes announce themselves and you kind of feel it in your nose and your brain, whatever. Wherever it's felt. And then it just doesn't happen. Like your body just decides, I don't actually need to sneeze. I was just trolling. I feel like that's one of the worst mechanics that we have, you know, sneezing. Talking to women is the second one. That's hard. Not that hard. But, you know, It has been throughout my life. Once I figured out that they were just other people who were also, you know, feeling similar things or whatever, it became pretty easy. Amazing. When you treat people like people, talking to people is easy. Back in high school, I was afraid of talking to girls because I thought they were different. Like I could if I wasn't attracted to them. But as soon as I was attracted to them, no, I can't talk. Help. But after that, it got a lot easier. And I'm also someone who makes my intentions known very early. Like, I don't like fucking around, you know? I don't want to run around in circles. Like, all this talking stage stuff that people do now, like, what is that? We're just talking. What do you mean you're just talking? Like, that's a normal friendship, that sounds like. I talk to my friends, but I'm not putting them in the talking stage. I feel like people overcomplicate relationships. With all their fancy lingo that they want to put in it. I do have to go to Booty Bay at some point. I guess we can do that after this. And in that quest. That's worth 4k. So we only need... $21,000 experiencing? That's not too bad. I don't know if we get 21,000 experience from killing the mobs out here, but we will if we grind them a little. Look at this guy, he's pogging. He's like... My nose is a bit runny now because that sneeze didn't happen. It's like either it does or it doesn't happen, but it's gonna make your nose runny.
I am honored.
It's just part of sneezing.
Elune adore. Good luck, friend.
Annoying.
I've been expecting you. May the eternal sun
Also, VOD watchers, you'll be happy. Even though it's already happened because this VOD's coming out next week. There's 4 VODs. That's crazy. Oh, it's the rear. I was like, why is that one different color? Now, it is going to go up there, and I think it goes down, but... hopefully no one else sees it. I want to kill it. It's level 48 rear, that's... gonna drop a epic item. Guaranteed. But I can't just, you know, run after it up here because that would be putting myself in danger. Oh, it is coming back. Nice. Varafin, we will put you to rest, mate. I don't remember what this rear does. I have fought it before. I don't remember what it does though. So let's hope nothing. Use adrenaline rush because it's going to be the hardest mob that we've got to kill right now anyway. There's a weakness. Oh, that's a good drop. I don't know if they're gonna be like better than what Rogan has, but monkey mail is always good to get. Could be a lot worse, right? Could get eagle mail. But okay, it's useless for everyone. Obviously, a Resto Shaman might want some of that, but who's playing a Resto Shaman at level 40? Like, even if you're the healing Shaman, you can heal as a Elemental. I guess Elemental would probably want it too. And Elemental is pretty good at that level. There was a point where I considered going Elemental on Ugro. Then I didn't because I was enjoying sometimes getting Wind Fury. Like, it was boring at times, right? Waiting for Wind Fury procs, but when it wasn't boring, the best class in the game. That's how I feel about Shaman. That bounce not. Shaman goes from being the best class in the game to the worst class in the game. That's why leveling Ugro was just okay. It evened out. That final day on Ugro though, when we went in and just did everything to see what got us killed, that was very fun. That's probably been one of the most fun days I've played on hardcore. That final day of Ugro. I don't know if any of these characters will get the same treatment. Like, obviously we're gonna be not playing some characters after 60, but I don't know if I want to do similar. Because the gold that I had on Ugro I spent to get that sort of video going. I don't want to spend the gold on these characters. I want to have it for this character or any other character that's getting an epic mount, right? So we need to make it to 111,000 experience. We're at 95k right now. And we're at 111k. We should be pretty much leveled up after we hand in. Nice that the rear was actually up, because this is the first time I've seen him during hardcore Medley. Starting to gaslight me into thinking he doesn't exist, and maybe I just had an imagination of him. Also, I always love fighting these ghosts as a rogue, because they die so. Like when we go to Winter Spring and grind those ghosts, which we will be doing. Good way to level up. They're always very fun to fight on the rogue, especially. No armor. Alright, 2 more aberrations. Do have 4 of them. And then we just gotta hope there's actually satyrs up. I cleared out that satyr camp on my non-medley warrior. Yes, it might have a true silver bar in it. And there was only 1 satyr. I had to wait for respawns. Pretty bad. I go stand beside this chest and everyone else can come and steal it. They would also be put into combat if they started opening. I want the Staff of Jordan. I don't only get 1 true silver bar out of the chest. I get 2 true silver bars. That is crazy. I was saying, it might have a true silver bar. We got 2? It's such good luck. Wow. I've always said that these characters are very lucky. You know, that might be the luckiest I've seen these characters be, actually. That true silver bar was not guaranteed. A lot of foul sworn, eh? Might have the same issue on this character with the satyrs. If they're all foul sworn. Oops, all foul sworn. That's pretty much. I would love to fight both of these together. But it's definitely risky. As you can see. Might as well pop that potion, right? Because we have to take so many casts to the face when we're doing it. But we're an alchemist. Potions will be used. We should have the major healing potion recipe during this leg of the medley. Foul Swarm to get away from that trickster. Any cooldowns now? Mr. Trickster. Coming back. What's wrong with it? Doing my best not to pull him. So if we get 11,000 experience, we are good to go. Honestly, we might get that here, but sometimes we've got to kill 1,000,000 satyrs to get the 6 satyrs that we actually need. Hey, stop critting me. I don't have the health for that. Curse of Mending actually very bad on a rogue because you're hitting, so do heal them quite a bit. It is ups all foul sworn, isn't it? This imp come back a little. Nice. That's what we like to see when we fight the imps. I mean, the curse is kind of bad, but it doesn't heal for that much either. So I guess it's okay. Can I really not jump up here and stand like in my There we go. Why are you all foul swords? It's a satyr. Otherwise, though, foul swords. Okay. I don't mind pulling 2 melee boys, but that trickster or the foul sworn down there was definitely not gonna. It wouldn't have been good to pull him. Cliff Walker. That's his name. Cliff Walker. First name Cliff, last name Walker. So we've killed 1 satyr. So it's pretty much a carbon copy of when I did this on my non-Medley warrior. And that character absolutely flew through this. I think faster than what we're going, honestly. The gear on that character is insane. Make yourself useful and help me out here. Love how they talk shit to their masters. They're not really their masters though, are they then? Like demons aren't that loyal. The idea with demons, isn't it? If you want loyal, don't side with demons. It's not that hard. I think we're gonna be fine on experience though. Because that was 111k before we got the true silver bar. Now we have the true silver bar, so we're gonna be even better. $300 Sinister Strike crits are pretty nice. Gotta worry about that other imp. Like, this is fine here, but there might be an imp from this one in a bad spot. Just come over. Kinda why I don't want to fight that particular state of trash. Oh, there's a satyr down. No need to worry right now. I love how it's said of trash like it's a fucking dungeon already. Yes, let's clear the trash. Stop resisting. He resisted, and now we're very critical of him. Just cracking all the attacks. And a lot of police videos, you know. Those high school bullies. I wonder if the bullies from my high school became police officers. Probably not. Like, maybe there were more bullies for the girls, because, you know, there was only like 3 male bullies in my year of high school, and they were all grouped together. So it was always like a 3-man group. Which was what made it intimidating, actually. Like, they alone, not that bad. One of them knew karate or whatever, but the other 2 just follow-alongs. Insignificant. I couldn't see any of them being police officers, honestly. But maybe. But like I said, like, the only reason it was intimidating is because there was 3 of them grouped together. Like it's a WoW group. They were grouped up. But I don't know how many other people actually got bullied by them, because it was kind of lame. I mean, they bullied me about my short shorts. So they weren't exactly great at it. I feel like when I tried out bullying, just because, you know, I had been bullied, I was better at it. Not that it's a competition, no one should be a bully, but what comes around goes around sometimes, right? Sometimes you get bullied, so you become the bully. I only did it for like 2 days, and then I was like, no, I don't want to be that kind of person. Made me feel terrible. I went home, I was like, man, why did I make that kid cry today? Fucked up. Need 2 more satyrs. We've only got tricks. Like, more experience, it's fine, but like, just want to get the quest done so I can go and level up. Blue Satan. You can have blue night elves. I mean, Friend is a blue night elf, I'm pretty sure. So blue satyrs make sense because night elves and satyrs are basically cousins. Just one's demonic and one's not. Most of the time. Illidan begs to differ. And I guess demon hunters as well. Should have a respawn here. No satyrs, sadly. But yeah, bullying wasn't for me. And I hate seeing people bullied. Like, anytime there's a situation where someone is, you know, obviously being picked on or something, I will try to step in. As long as I'm not going to get stabbed or shot. Which, shot doesn't really happen here, thankfully. But stab, yeah, it goes around a bit. Now, we don't have everyone carrying firearms in this country. Thankfully. We're not a lawless country. Freedom. There have been shootings in New Zealand, but it's quite rare. That's why you hear about them when they happen, because it's like, wow, can't believe that happened, you know? I feel like over the last 5 or so years, though, there have been a lot more. I think it's just the way the world's going. I'm in a wicked, even more wicked place. Whatever reason. But thankfully, don't need to worry about it too much. Because as someone who knows hand-to-hand combat, I'd rather a combatant come at me with a knife than a gun. I can't stop a bullet. You know? As much as I'd love to say I'm the main character and I can stop a bullet, yeah, it's just not gonna happen. Gotta wait for respawns now, sadly. Because I didn't kill a few, probably. They're foul swans and I don't want them. I just want satyrs. Take this. And stop it, video game. Get some help. Close to killing that guy one shot. I say one shot, but it's like Sword of 1,000 cuts or whatever. Sword of 1,000 cuts. Death by 1,000 cuts. Sword of 1,000 truths was the South Park thing. Sword of 1,000 cuts. That's actually pretty cool. Hey, look, this is my sword of 1,000 cuts. When I do this, it attacks 1,000 times. Pretty cool. You know, I might level before I get this quest done if haters don't respawn. I just wasn't paying attention to that curse. This is my curse. I still love that the first time I ever heard the song This Is My Curse, I thought the words were Justice Marcus. It makes sense if you listen to it. because it's like screamy, right? It's very hard to hear "This Is My Curse" when you first listen to the song. And you don't know what the song is called. If I knew what the song was called, I probably would have been like, ah, this is my curse. Yeah, that makes sense. But I saw it in a PvP video. Or I heard it in a PvP video. And, yeah, I did not know the name of the song. So that man was just singing, Justice Marcus. I'm like, is this some Warhammer shit? Like, that's crazy. How dare he see me? I'm not much of a Warhammer 40k person, but there are some crazy things in that franchise. I am more of a fantasy guy, you know? That's why the Total War, like, Warhammer game is good, but if they do a 40k game, which people want, I don't think I would play it. Setting for me just isn't. I love people that keep posting that this is how easy it is for guys to become friends. And it's just Henry Cavill and whoever the other fella is, I can't remember. Talking about Warhammer 40k and just being like, should we? Yes. Man, I cannot get up here to save my life today. Has this always been here? Or is this new? Like, why is this here? I feel like that jump was much easier. I don't know. The patch put that there? Like, I feel like this wall was broken here, but this was not a part of... I'm gonna have to look. Because for whatever reason, my rogue cannot jump. Not even a white man. That's a movie. I bet if that movie came out in today's world, it would get banned immediately. That's racist. Yes. As a white man, I don't care. But so many people would, right? Fuck me with this foul sworn. Like, don't actually, but you have to. Fuck me with the foul sworn. Nice sword proc on him. Got one more respawn happening here. Hopefully. It's a satyr. Please. Be a satyr. Please. I mean, it's gonna be a satyr. It just needs to be specifically a satyr. Please. I don't think Lena's gonna beat Fran's time to 48. Or Bauman's time to 49, but, you know, she's done a lot of extracurricular activities. I mean, we just did 2 hours of herb farming today, and fuck on. Probably like 4 hours of lockpick farming this stint already. What I think about your imp. So many foul swarms. Crazy. Not even giving me an epic item. Like, if they gave me an epic item, I wouldn't mind. We're gonna level up before we even leave. Got all these extra quests to hand in now, but we don't need them. It's probably the worst RNG I've ever had on this quest. Why it's called Fuck Me Off the Foul Sword. And now there's someone else here. Which is really annoying. So hopefully, one of these two born as a satyr. They killed this one, I don't care. But there's two more. It's not a fucking satyr. It's a fucking foul sword again. They really have fucked me with the foul sword. My god. But the other guy coming to do this quest as well, like, that's going to be way more annoying because now I'm going to have to fight for satyrs. And I only need one. Ugh. Started this quest like 20 minutes ago. Absolutely terrible RNG. I think this one hasn't respawned yet. But he's just roguing around looking for satyrs. Gonna keep an eye on these free spawns. I think this wall is bugged. I'm gonna be honest and say that that wall had some changes to it in the recent patch. I don't remember this being here, and two, I don't think I could go through the wall. I love how I said A and 2. It's A and 2. Huh? Oh my. Dude, this is absolutely insanely bad RNG right now. They're all foul swords. Please, this guy needs to come here as a satyr. What the fuck is wrong with this game? Blizzard's having a fucking laugh. They're trolling me. They're watching the stream and they're trolling. 100%. Like, we know this guy's got things to do this afternoon, but, you know, just keep him playing WoW for longer. But... where if this other rogue gets one of my satyr spawns, be mean. I think this one here spawns. But I'm not sure. Trickster. I don't need it, so rain has started. We've been here so long, the rain has started. I'll leave that trickster. That's like bait for the other rogue, you know. Because he got here late and it's only been foul sworn. Oops, all foul sworn. I think I've killed about 10 foul sworn. Maybe more. 10 foul swans, maybe more. Please spawn as a satyr. Leave. If that guy kills a satyr, I'm gonna be pissed because I only need one. I don't even know if he knows I'm here though. Oh my god. Finally. After killing like 2 rounds of respawns, finally a satyr spawn. What an annoying quest today. Sometimes it's less annoying, but today it's been annoying. It's the longest this quest has ever taken. And we're 3,000 experience away from leveling, which I was like, yeah, I'll get like 111k and then I'll be good. And in the quest and level, we might even do a little bit of grinding, you know? But nope, we needed to stay there and kill. That was awful. We're going to be grinding satyrs in the early 50s. Probably on Lena, but maybe on a different character. For the Mongoose Elixir and the Nightscape braces. Not Nightscape, Wicked braces. Last week I was reading my Nightscape tunic. And I called it a RuneScape tunic. Don't know why, I mean, I guess I was thinking about RuneScape at the time. For whatever reason. Thankfully, we're going to get the quest to go to Forellis right before we go to Forellis because we found those 2 true silver bars. That was an amazing drop in that chest. The fact that I got the exact item I needed from a chest. I take that.
Greetings, traveler. We shall
It's level 47.
ancestors.
Gained 1 intellect when I leveled up. Nice.
Elune be with you.
Alright, let's go to Booty Bay.
Elune.
Have a slice and dice. 129,000 experience for the next level, and most of it's gonna be non-rested. We are now out of rested pretty much. Sadly. I don't mind leveling non-rested, but when you're leveling many characters, having some rested does help. But we got 4 levels on Lena before we ran out of it. Basically. I think I ran out of it a little bit on Friday last week, but obviously it come back. But yeah, this next level is going to be pretty much fully non-rested. Alt tabbed and my WoW disappeared. Don't want to disconnect on the bird. I think Windows 11 was like, I'm gonna go down here now. Turn that off, it's not been that cold anyway. Had the heat on, but it hasn't really done anything today. Did something in the morning because it was definitely raining and cold. But it's sunny now. So we'll head to Booty Bay, hand in this quest, go to Westfall, hand in that quest. And then I will probably set up to go to Ferralis. Which is just me logging out, honestly. We are going to be done. We are going to be done with stream after handing in these 2 quests. We have gone a little bit over time. Boat is arriving. Nice. Perfect. Love it. Love it when a boat arrives right as we arrive. We arrive together. Priest Hunter, I wonder if they're a duo because they're pretty much the same level. Priest Hunter is like the easiest duo, I would say.
Thank you.
Like, they're both really good classes. I mean, maybe Priest Rogue would be easier. But Priest by itself is really strong, and Hunter is also, you know, I wouldn't say it's really strong, but it's a very strong leveler. Doesn't quite have the damage and fun of like a rogue or something, but maybe it's a couple, you know. If I was a hunter, my girlfriend would definitely be a priest. Look, the one person I've dated who also played World of Warcraft was a priest, so checks out. I don't think I'd ever date another WoW player. I was saying to a friend recently that, you know, we need to get girlfriends, maybe wives, so we can lock them in, but just to have some more people to play video games with. It's like a +1, you know. Easy. Especially while trying to find one person to play Warhammer Online with. I'm like, man, if either of us had girlfriends or something, that'd be so easy for us. Get them in there. But I do enjoy my time being single. I'm alone, but I'm not lonely. These shadows be going at it, don't they? Marge Simpson. Or actually, it's Marge Pimpson. Sorry. Not exactly. Guys must have run speed on their boots. Huh? They're going really fast. Like, obviously this guy can use the cheetah, but they don't have pack yet, so I think they just got run speed on their boot. Eaters.
Greetings. See you later. Leave careful. For the Alliance.
Reckon Murray's Foot is an option.
What are you looking for?
Could definitely manage that on the road, I would say.
Blades never dull.
Go to Westfall. I guess we might log out where we logged in Westfall. Because I don't want to make the flight to Forellis today because it's already after 3 PM.
You got my attention.
People would say
Watch your back.
3 PM isn't that bad, but my work time. After 3 PM cuts into any work time that I might be doing work. So, yeah. I'm on the clock. Not really. I work when I want. But, you know, if I was, I'm on the clock. So tomorrow we'll probably replace this offhand. We'll lose some attack power, but we're going to gain 20 top end DPS on the offhand. 20 top end damage rather. 20 top end DPS would be absolutely insane. I would put that in my main hand. I'd get rid of Phantom Blade immediately. Think we're going to have Phantom Blade pretty much until 60, unless we find a Kroll Blade. That would be pretty cool. But I haven't found an epic yet. So... will it happen? I'm not so sure. Also, the bin collections tonight, right? Well, tomorrow morning. But I loaded up my bin with so much grass. Like the grass bin. I got the broom out and just like shoved it down like I was plunging a toilet. But instead of pulling it out, I was putting it in. So it's so compact. It's so heavy. Like, I had to push that bin up the driveway. Like, holy shit, this is the heaviest bin I've ever had. So, I'm sure the truck will be able to lift it, but mate, that thing heavy as fuck. Kid has just hit level 60. Good job, kid. For 4650 experience from this quest, always love it. Quest specifically, gives you a lot. Might also do the dishes after stream. Probably should. I got a rice cooker that, you know, I haven't really used, and I used it on, was it Sunday? I think Sunday. And it makes such a mess. Just a cheap rice cooker, honestly. It just makes such a mess though around it. And, you know, when you go to clean it, immediately all the rice stops sticking to it. But when you in the rice out of it, all the rice is just stuck to it. Annoying me. So I don't know if it's the best rice cooker, but it is a rice cooker. It cooks rice. I think that's all you need, right? In a rice cooker. Does it cook rice? Yes. Okay, good to go. But it's so messy. Doesn't take much to clean, but yeah, when it's cooking, just cooking. So I might have chicken and rice again tonight, so
Here there.
that's where I was going with that story.
Good. Off with you.
Alright, Sycamore Branch. So we'll be back in Forellis. I don't really want to do that. This we are going to do because I need the restorative potions. For Death Clasp, naturally. You know what would be fun? Fighting Death Clasp right before you're about to hit level 60. Right, so you kill one of the ads and level up. Hopefully both the ads. And then you just got Death Clasp left. But you just hit level 60, so you got all your health back. I think that would be pretty epic. See what happens. Anyways, I'm a log out for today. Got a whole level, pretty much. I think we started about 2 bars into 46. So, and we're logging out at exactly the same place that we logged in. So tomorrow should be back, do Forellis, Hinterlands, whatever else we get up to. Maybe Searing Gorge if we get there. Searing Gorge will probably be the third zone we go to. Hopefully we get 48. With Forellis and Hinterlands. But yeah, I'll see you when I see you. Have a good night or day depending on where you are in the world. Hopefully we can take the rogue at least close to 50 this. Later.